Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You other Pixel Pals, I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we are working on not archaeology minigames, but Insignia sequencing system. And it's good to be with you all. It's a rainy day here in Sydney, and I've been back to and from the city doing some work on the archaeology game with the client. I got to meet the museum team for the first time today, which was really good. So it was nice to meet them and just introduce myself as the developer. So good stuff. Also, I guess something of an announcement. I don't know if this is something I can officially announce, but you need to know that I'll be away next month from the, let's call it the 20th of September to the 30th. However, I will still be online and you'll still be able to watch me. I just won't be in Sydney. I'll be somewhere else doing something else with people live. So that's fun. I've been doing a little bit of work preparing for that off stream. So hopefully I can put my life in order so that we can take advantage of that. All right. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome. I released a new video yesterday. This was the palette mixing tutorial that I've been prepping for a little while. Pretty happy with how it came out in the end. We'll see how it does. But I'm not really that fussed if it does that well or not, because at the end of the day, I want to do the things that make me happy first. And I don't think I have the energy to care about numbers. Big thanks to everybody who's here in chat. Like I said, biggest thanks to our most recent follower, Wazzy Lops, and most recent subscriber, Koj01. Kojikoji. Anyway, thanks to you for subscribing. All right. Last time I was on the stream, I was working. Well, I did do some stuff for the archaeology game on Tuesday, but last time I was working on Insignia, I was doing some stuff that had to do specifically with sequencing. This is something that's taken up a little bit of my time, but only because I have some little growing pains that the project is experiencing right now to do with, I'm going to call it sequencing, general sequencing. And sequencing is one of those things that every game that has a story has to do, and some games have to do it more than others. It's more prevalent in bigger production titles, less so in indie. But I started to sort of realize that I'm doing something pretty unique as an indie. Not unique, but just more niche. And that is really using games as a medium to tell a story. I've sort of been consuming, a little bit of indie dev content for a while now on YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. And I was just watching a video by Jonas Tyroller. And not this isn't a specific thing about him. But I think game dev conversations in general are, in fact, I had a great conversation on Tuesday night with a fellow developer from Sydney, Daniel Linson, who is Managor. And Managor, let me show you. you don't know who Manigore is. Manigore is he's like an incredible jam developer. He just makes like small games, and he does a really good job. He always makes great stuff, just as an artist. And we were having a long chat on Tuesday night at a game dev meetup, just about practice, like creative practice and development. And it was really interesting because, you know, when I look at his games, I would almost certainly say that you have to be really technically competent to build something like this as an engineer. Like, he's got so many different games. They're also unique in the way that they present and play and engage. But actually, having spoken to him, he's very, very limited in the kinds of engineering depth that he goes into when he's working. Like, he uses Game Maker for most of these games, and he doesn't have like nested game objects. Like the hierarchies of the games that he's making are like minuscule. This game, Leap Year, which is an awesome little Metroid Brainia. If you liked Animal Well, this is like a light version of something like that. Very simple game, simple rule. It's like a jam game, but it's a bit bigger. And you sort of explore a world, and, you know. This game, he showed me the level editor for this. It's literally a giant PNG. Like, it's like a giant scene of one huge texture for the entire like world map. Like, not the world map, the level, the game world, all of the levels is one big image. It was such an eye-opening thing to me, because I was thinking to myself, like, wow, I really am dealing with some heavy-duty systems in my game. That, you know, I see, I guess, you know, the way that games don't have to be anything, right? Games can be whatever you want them to be. And I think as artists, you know, we have skill sets, and you kind of learn to see the nail in everything that your hammer is designed to hit. So we were talking about the kinds of games that we make. And he was saying basically that, you know, he doesn't really entertain game concepts that are outside of his like technical interest or like scope. Like, if he can't think of how he would build it in Game Maker, he just doesn't really go for it. And the size of the games that he makes are obviously a lot smaller, so they don't need that level of like insane design that I'm sort of doing on a day-by-day basis, because there's only like usually one constraint. It's like the level, you know, like this game doesn't have a moving camera, you know? So like, there's no scrolling, there's no parallax, there's no how do you zoom, there's none of that, right? The levels there's no like loading logic about how do you handle multiple levels and da-da-da. It's literally just, you know, here's a screen, you leave the screen, you're into the next screen. So you jump blind into the next level, basically. Beautiful. I mean, I like what he's made. I think it's a great game. But knowing how simple it is kind of made me think a lot about my experience as a developer and how applicable that is. One sec, pals. As we chatted, I kind of noticed myself, the conversation trended towards me, where I'm going next month, and the opportunities I've had as a streamer and the audience that I've got and all that stuff. And I expressed some hesitation about influencing people specifically to do with, like, you know, I have lessons that I've learned making Insignia and conceptions that I have about game dev that come from the fact that I'm working on such a difficult game. So for me, games are really hard and require a lot of patience and trial and error and persistence. But if you're making a smaller game, you might not need those skills. And that doesn't make you less of a developer. That's just a different thing that you're making that requires different things. I do have there's something that I think is important to me, and that's all it is, which is I care about stories, and I care about developers having the skills to tell stories in their games that are bigger than, a birthday card. I think that so many conversations or like productive lenses of looking at indie game dev is about like, how can you develop a concept quickly? How can you validate it? How do you turn something around in less than 2 years? How do you minimize risk? How do you, evaluate and that innovation space and move quickly? Fail fast and pick something simple, and all of that's great if you think of games as like digital playable board games. If a game is like a toy that you play with that has a cool concept that you expand over an hour or two, and then you sort of have had your fun and you move on. That's obviously there's nothing wrong with that. It's a wonderful thing that we have games that are small, or that are long because of the procedural elements that have high replay value. I don't have anything against those kinds of games, but I'm not. Those games don't need me advocating for them. And what I see when I think about the kinds of games that I grew up playing that inspired me that I want to make, those games, when I look at them, have so much more energy placed into the production pipelines and how to go about actually solving how to make something that's really big, that has a lot of moving parts. That's not just the smallest thing it can be, And there's nothing wrong with having that strategy. You definitely get somewhere if you try to make something smaller. But I don't want to make a small thing. I want to make a big thing. So it's been an interesting couple of days, just me reflecting on that. Especially coming off of building this system, this sequencing system, because the sequencing system is kind of like it's really me crossing the threshold into like every little aspect of this game. It needs to be part of the storytelling, or I need to be able to wrap in every single part of the game because the scenario might call for it, So it's such a different world, and I know that I've missed lessons. I know that there are lessons that I haven't learned because I haven't made lots of small games. That a small game developer would know intuitively. Risks that I take on that other developers would say, that's not worth it. And there's only so much I can do about that, unfortunately. I got to just live with my choices. But I think I'm building a skill that's kind of niche as well, that they might not have, which is how to build something really, really, really big. So... All right. The sequencing system, as I worked on it. So the sequencing system is something like this. Let me explain it with the work that we've done already on it. I should stop and correct myself here. It's not just a sequencing system, because I've already kind of got something that I call sequencing. This thing we ended up calling for the sake of namespace collisions, scheduling system. So scheduling is a part of sequencing in Insignia. Sequencing is putting things in order so that essentially cutscenes. You can think of it like that. A sequence is a cutscene in Insignia. But the scheduling system is a way for things in the game to organize themselves into cutscenes. And specifically, it's a way to turn the game into essentially one big state machine. That's kind of the logic here. So the example that we used a couple of days ago, or last Friday on stream actually, was this sequence from Zelda Breath of the Wild. This is especially relevant for tutorial sequences in games. So this is Link unlocking the first Sheikah Tower. And I want to just break down the amount of things that are scheduled in this sequence. So we place the Sheikah slate into the tablet into the pedestal. This is a playable asset. Somebody animated this. Some text showed up. Another cutscene plays straight after that. That cutscene ends, but we get given another mini cutscene to do with showing you that the teleporter's unlocked. We get Link turning back to the pedestal with this little transition. The transition opens up a menu. The menu unlocks a new region on the map. Because this is your first new region on the map being unlocked, you get the Sheikah sensor, which is an additional upgrade, right? All of these things are scheduled, I would say. You could say sequenced. It's not, the difference is not a big deal. But the point is that the game seems to have some sort of understanding of context, how deep in that context it is and what's coming up next, right? If you think of it like a TV broadcast, you know, it's like we're currently playing our evening programs, and right now, you know, Family Guy is on, and we're doing an ad break right now. So after the ad break, we're going to come back to Family Guy segment 2, and then after that, we're going to roll the credits and show you what's coming up next, and then after that, we're going to do, you know, blah blah blah. So this linear scheduling is important because some of this stuff needs to know what's coming before and after it, in order to behave smoothly, right? Like at no time from here all the way to here do you have any kind of inputs other than the A button to just interact with what's happening. So that's what I'm building, and I've sort of already built it. So there's kind of two instances in Insignia where the scheduling system pops up. One is when you're just outside of the context of a cutscene, and some series of things happen to trigger other things. Like you happen to unlock an item, or you pick up an item, and it's a first-time item, so the new item found sequence plays. But then, because that was a quest item, a quest updates. Maybe a quest finishes because you picked up an item for the first time. Those two things don't relate to each other. They don't know about each other. They're not encoded into the game files. They're two separate assets that happen to have their conditions back to back. And so the system needs to be able to handle that on the fly. But the system also needs to be able to have it be authored that this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and this happens. Either in a cutscene or just in general. So here, when I press J, this is an example of a scheduled sequence of things, right? The map moves to an area, it shows you a node, it lets that node blink for a bit, and then it comes back, and then dismisses the menu. That was a scheduled sequence. This little whoop, bing, ding, 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 close. That's what I'm talking about. That's not a cutscene, it's just a bunch of instructions back to back. But what's important is I should be able to invoke that inside of a cutscene, and the cutscene should be able to wait until that is finished. So that's what we're going to work on today. The way that I authored that little setup is I created a new class that is called, let's find it. So this reveal point of interest, I just made a script. The script doesn't handle all of the different things. It just handles the scheduling of the things. So the script reveal point of interest just sets up the tree that says, hey, I've got the move to map location beat. I've got the reveal node beat. I've got the stamp quest icon beat. I've got the move to map location beat that goes back the other way. And these are all classes themselves. So like, this is a class, this is a class, this is a class, and these could be defined anywhere. It's not important that the internal classes of this script. It's just that they're things that can be placed inside of this queue state. So there's essentially a state machine, a hierarchical state machine. And the logic is that that state machine essentially can have anything attached to it's a tree. So it's got a root node, and every node has an array or a queue of things. And you can put anything in those queues, and in each of the queues, each of the objects in the queue also has a queue of things that it can be doing. And as long as the definitions that we're filling these things with meet this description of being able to like wait on their contained states continuing, you can put anything in these things. As long as there's a on state start, on state end event, you can fill this tree up with anything in the game. And the beauty of it is that if this thing happens to take 10 times as long for some reason, none of it breaks, right? The timing of it is all based on each node completing on its own scheduled process. It doesn't even have to be timed. It could just be any condition that we know is going to get resolved within the scope of itself. So the states, yeah, it's like a callback based hierarchical state machine. That would be a way of describing it if you want. So as long as the states know how to resolve themselves, we can just fill a tree with things we want to happen, press play, and then just let them happen in their own time seamlessly. So that's what we just saw. Hey, Soulflame Studio, welcome. So the next thing that I want to do is be able to place one of these predetermined things into the timeline. That's my next mission. So the idea would be something like this. This is a cutscene. This cutscene describes a bunch of stuff that happens. The player says some words. The dialogue gets hidden while the menu opens. Player says some more things while the menu's open. The menu goes into the equipment screen. The screen spotlights a specific thing. The player says something. Screen hides. It's a bunch of sequenced out beats. But this is very ignorant of what the menu is doing. This has no idea of what it's actually doing. It's going in blind. It's like someone's telling it, press A, press left, press A, wait a bit, throw some dialogue, press A, okay, press B, press B. That's like what this is. And it's very, very subject to change. If I move an item in the menu, if I swap the forge icon and the quest icon, this will break. So for a game that's growing all the time, I can't really afford for there to be dependencies where cutscenes, which are authored linearly like this, are going to break because they don't know, because they're dependent on the contents not changing. Why does it break? Because all it's doing is pressing virtual buttons. So it doesn't know that the equipment menu is in the top left of the menu. It just knows that when it presses the A button, that's it. That's all it knows, to press the button. So I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you the example. I've shown it on screen a bit, but... So like, you can go into the menu. We're going to forge this pauldron for the first time. Forge. Okay, it's the first accessory we've received in the game. So now we go into this menu, this cutscene. The cutscene opens the menu and presses forward. It presses A. That works because the menu happens to have the equipment menu, the equipment icon as the first selectable thing. But if I move it, the cutscene doesn't know what's happening. The cutscene doesn't know what it's selecting. It just knows that it's pressing the A button, right? If the first thing in the grid was the inventory, it would open the inventory. So, so this is bad because it's easily destroyed. This thing I just described earlier where I said, you know, if we made this thing 10 times longer, this amount of time, the whole thing doesn't break because it knows that all it's doing is this and then it's doing this, right? The definitions, you could say something like the integrity of the structure of the whole thing is not dependent on the structure of the contents. That would be the principle that we're trying to set in place here. So the goal would be for this cutscene to be made of smaller instructions, or fewer instructions that internally knew how to do what they were supposed to do. That's the goal. In general, the whole game should be built of stuff like that. And mostly it is, like, you know, that's good encapsulation, I guess. It's just, and having, you know, it's just good definitions. But for storytelling, it's also, you know, it's a bit fuzzy because it's not necessarily a script problem. Some of these things are assets, and their arrangement in the timeline is the most minimalistic thing that the definition could be. It's just that, you know, some things aren't. So, you know, realistically, what I would need, what I'm looking for, I think, is, well, an answer to this. So let's just take a screenshot and just start like working through this problem, because I actually want to validate that the problem exists first. In a way that's actually solvable. Okay. So we have an assumption. I think I already did this. Yeah, okay. I literally... Okay, I'll still keep this little assumptions thing. I'll just keep going where I left off. So the assumption is that it's feasible that we'll be able to insert arbitrarily complex schedule states inside the timeline. And this would require us to, like, there was something else here. We already sort of started this. So it can't be responsible for state.do. So the first question is, what is the bindable asset? this is where it gets a bit sticky and dependent on Unity. So what is the clip? What can be placed in the inspector? So now when we talk about definitions here, we're not talking about class definitions. We're talking about the difference between an asset, a setting, a parameter. Where in the hierarchical structure of like Unity's definitions should this state live? Because the state is a class. But it's not a mono behavior right now. Right? i.e. not a component. So it can't be a bindable asset, unfortunately, which is bad. That's no good. It could be a clip asset, but there would have to be some middleman in this process that allows us to basically subscribe to or assign a schedule state to our clip asset. And the question then would be, how would you do that from inside the editor? So this is where things get really messy, or could get really messy if we're not careful. We want to have as few definitions as possible. So what I'd like to do is, I guess, just like throw some object in here that was of a certain type, such that I could easily just show any of the states that were defined inside of it. So the way that I did this reveal point of interest, this is a mono behavior. So we had like mono behavior with a root state, and then definitions for all of the child states added to the root to assemble the tree done in start. Okay. This is kind of awkward, because what this exercise is we're really trying to turn behavior logic into data. That's where state machines get a little bit complicated, because what we're trying to do is say, hey, I want to build a data structure, right, that has, like, it's even in the word data structure, right? I'm trying to build something that has a hierarchy where the node descriptions, that the things that the thing is made of are, defined in such a way that I can easily just store them in a file, right? The structure is the thing I want to store in some file. But the thing that I'm trying to store into a file is, well, it's literally, where's my little, I want circles, please. Thank you. This thing that I'm trying to store into a file is a bunch of functions. So how do you store functions in a file? Because it's not the function definitions, it's more like the function instances, or the class instances that lead to a bunch of functions. But what I don't want to do is like use reflection, because then you're basically storing strings of function names or class names. That's not what you want to do. So, when this is like a card game or something like that, it's very easy to say, well, this is my data file that represents this card. Or if it's a library for, storing videos like movies, you could say, okay, this is my data file that contains the metadata for this movie with the ID of the movie. And this is the pack shot, the poster of the movie. But these nodes, these leaves here, they're not really anything, right? We don't know what these things are because they exist at runtime, these class instances. exist at runtime, they're not really storable at editor time because they don't exist yet. So for example, like this reveal point of interest thing, it has 2 of these move to map location instances. And these 2 move to map location instances, one goes to some place, which we don't know until runtime. Like at runtime, when you unlock a level, this thing moves to that level. And this thing moves back to the level that you're currently standing at. So like, there's not even any metadata that I can store because I don't have that at editor time. That's the ugly part. Like, it's not even that like the definitions can't be stored at editor time, nor can the parameter information for something like this. So the question then becomes, what do we put in these? What are we putting in these clips that are like, something needs to be here in the editor. Something needs to exist for me to place it in here. So like the question is, what is the first non-abstract thing that I can put in here? Well, the first non-abstract thing is this mono behavior called reveal point of interest. So this reveal point of interest is a tree of instructions, and only the node at the root of this tree exists at editor time. Which is to say, I have to treat this tree as if it's one point. Like, it's basically, hey, at this point, I'm going to reveal the new level you just unlocked in the map. And when it's done, we'll come back and we'll continue the cutscene. But I can't insert text at any point within that tree because nothing about the tree is known right now. Well, unless I put it in the mono behavior and I use some sort of, I could sort of I could turn the mono behavior itself. I could inherit some class like sequenceable, schedulable tree or something like that. Schedulable tree clip. And maybe I could define a list of parameters that you could then access in the inspector on the right-hand side here. This parameters list. I could say, oh, okay, like this thing lets you put a string and it lets you put a this and it lets you put a that. So in the case of like, well, I don't even know why I would need to do that. Essentially, the point is that like, unless you know exactly what you're doing, you can't put it in here. So you can't get too granular, and I wouldn't want to anyway. Ultimately, there's no reason hard coding things that I can't know are going to be true. So Kizzy Gamer, this is a really, really good question. This is like the question. Like I have moved to map location. The question is, does that deserve to be, let's call everything that's available to the editor a first-class citizen. So in Unity, the first-class citizens, the things that things are built of are components. These things here, right? That's a component. It's a sequence player script that is inherited from type mono behavior. And it allows us to, things that can be dragged around, right? You only get that status if you inherit from mono behavior. So the question is, if I want maximum power, then I want everything to be a mono behavior because it means I can drag everything anywhere. But the question is, when, this is now a workflow question. In the definition of this, of these states, right? So I have this thing, because the point is that the power, let's just write it down. I'm going to write this down for you. The power behind the design of this scheduling system is that it's agnostic to the level of depth of, it's agnostic to the definitions of each of the states. It doesn't care if a node is one function or an entire cutscene. This is something that I do not ever want to violate with this system. The beauty of the system is that anything can be a state as long as it can tell me when it starts and when it ends, or that it's ready to end. So, mono behavior as a dependency, as a, smallest possible unit, is IMO too big to be considered powerful. Is too big to restrictive in its size. To be the smallest thing. Because I think about this a lot, right? When we do this, when we build stuff like this, we're kind of going off on our own and we're abandoning aspects of Unity to say that we know better. And one example of that, I would say, would be something like not using the Unity timeline, the Unity animation timeline, to describe so how do I explain this? Basically, let's say you wanted a character that does this. It just like the cards in Balatro. You want the cards to wiggle every time you mouse over them or something like that, right? That wiggle could be defined parametrically, like with a script. Could be defined procedurally, so that you just say, you call some wiggle tween function on the card, and it does that with some parameter. You say, I want you to wiggle this much, or I want you to wiggle for this long. Or you could go into the animation timeline and define the wiggle, right? The length, the amount, and then just give the card an animator and play that animation. Now, the former version gives you more power, but it requires more definitions, right? You have to have scripts and you have to manage the runtime and the state and balance the amount and be vigilant over how you call those parameters, right? You might lose consistency if you're calling different amounts of wiggle in different places in the game, versus if you're doing it using an animator, it's much simpler to use, but it's less powerful. So this system that I'm describing, like right now, this tutorial that I showed you earlier, where we open up the menu and we press forward, and we press OK. Okay. That this is the dumb way of doing it. But it's very easy, right? It's very straightforward. It's dumb, but if I don't need for it to be powerful, then there's no point worrying about why it's dumb, because it works. So the only way that this is worth doing, this thing we're just proposing, the only way adding these nodes into the timeline is valuable is if it gives us the power to get more with less. But if everything needs to be a mono behavior, that means you're writing a script, a new class definition for every possible thing that animates. You're basically saying every function has to be its own class. Like this thing here, these are essentially, and I'm sort of already there, like this move to map location. It's like, if you didn't need this to be a state machine, you wouldn't even bother making this a class. You would just say, tween, do this. Right? You wouldn't build the intro, state, outro, put it in a state machine, press play. You would just say, do tween, move to there. So there's drag that gets added by using this, by creating structure. You end up creating architecture just to support a workflow that you forced yourself into. And for me, I would want this architecture to be as small as possible. Like doing that whole sequence, move, light up the thing, twinkle, move back. I'm okay that that is 125 lines of code, but I wouldn't be okay if it was 5 scripts, each 50 lines of code each. That, to me, that feels like crossing a boundary that is kind of tenuous. It just kind of feels bad. So the idea that each of these little nodes has to be its own class, script of, descending from mono behavior, not great. Not great. But here's the question. If we're just following the natural flow of designing this thing, maybe the timeline doesn't need access to all of these states. Maybe the whole point of this system is the abstraction. Like the whole point is that the timeline is not aware of how it does any of this stuff. I mean, this is the point. The timeline shouldn't be aware of how any of this stuff is done. Therefore, these things don't need to be elevated to that first-class citizen status. Instead, we probably should just be able to call this as a state and say, hey, this reveal point of interest, this is sufficient. The only issue is, like, right now it's like this. It's like we have like mono behavior, which has, oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. Mono behavior, which has a state, which it's got these definitions in it. But mono behavior cannot be a state. And this, what I would like is for it would be, this is the root state. And then these are all the substates. So what I'd like to do is for the mono behavior to actually just be like this. Mono behavior is a root state. and has a bunch of substates, right? This kind of like bakes the tree structure inside of the class definition, so that I just say, hey class, you are a state, rather than, hey class, you probably have a thing inside of you that's a state, right? And that's got all the other states in it. So can you tell that to go do its thing? I want to talk to it directly. That would be much cleaner to me. The problem is that you can't inherit from monobehavior and state if state is not inheriting from monobehavior already, which then comes back to that question of first-class citizens, because then everything, every function, all of these classes, these internal classes, can't be that anymore. They have to be from type monobehavior and in their own file. So again, we fail. Unless state is an interface, that would be a way to do it. The problem is that interfaces can't be placed inside of these. Interfaces aren't allowed to be placed in the timeline. Unity won't recognize that. So then the other way to do it would be to say that, okay, what if we have a type of monobehavior that we know always contains a state inside of it? So we allow this, we allow this, but we don't ever need to know about all of this. All we know about is that there's a thing, special type of monobehavior. Let's call it schedule behavior, right? And anytime we want to put something in the timeline, we just know that schedule behaviors have a root state. And so the interface that we use is part of this abstract class that inherits from monobehavior, that always knows how to do things like play root state and then like on root end or on state end. If we're in that space, it works. It works again. This as like a wrapper class, it works. It's not sexy. It's not great, but it will work for what we want. And what it means is that when we place a state inside of this, it's really just one clip per track, because the track would be the monobehavior and the clip would be just the playback. Do you think that building games with libraries rather than game engines kind of forces you to go through this and make you think more about the data structure? Not necessarily, actually. I think this tension always exists in any environment where you're developing a product. Like the is-a versus has-a distinction, the definitions question, like what's the relationship between this data? Is this data or is this logic? All of that stuff it's inherent to making definitions when you're defining anything. And I would say in the case of working against Unity here, the conflict between the design decisions that the Unity developers intended things to be, like what kinds of things did they intend for you to place in the timeline versus what do I want to place in the timeline? That tension really is more just like a prompt to evaluate this kind of thinking anyway. It's kind of like an invitation to have that conversation one way or another. I mean, you have to have the conversation. So if you're not doing it inside of an engine, you still have to rationalize these questions against your own previous development, right? The stuff that you built the game on so far. It's just, are you working around Unity, or are you refactoring your own code? They're the same thing, where it's like you've got this existing thing and you want it to do something else, maybe. And you have to ask yourself, is this worth rethinking how I think about this thing? Or do I just push on? I mean, this already it's like very close to what I'm already doing in the timeline. Like this thing here, what I'm doing, these blue things are literally just reflection function calls. This is just a string that calls a function. That's it. This event marker clip, all it does is it goes, hey, give me a string and I'll try to call that function using reflection at runtime when I get to this point here. The difference between this and what I'm trying to build is what I want to do is pass in something and have the system go, hey, when I reach this point in the timeline, I'm actually going to stop the timeline. Maybe I'll start the state here, and I'm going to pause here until the state tells me it's done, which is much more how my dialogue system works. So it'll go on state enter, wait, stop. On state end plays, I go, okay, now it's time to continue. And that just requires a bit more orchestration, and it requires these to be smarter. So the other way that I could do it is I could make the clip track not have a binding. So it could be like this. It could be like, no binding. So it's like schedule state track. Okay. No bindable. No binding. What's the clip? Schedule clip. Drag in schedule mono behaviors into the inspector for the clip, which generates the which will hook into the API at runtime for start and end points for the internal clip inside the mono behavior. Okay. And then what can be placed in the inspector? The mono behavior instance. Okay. So for this, we have each clip equals one mono behavior equals one root of a schedule tree. So the rule here would be something like, anytime you want to pass anything schedulable into a timeline asset, that thing needs to be a special mono behavior, a new script whose job it is to manage that node. Is that okay with me? I would love for it to be a little JSON file or a scriptable object. Scriptable object would be so much better than a new script, but I don't think there's anything that we could put in a scriptable object. And it's not possible because it's so arbitrary. It's so, the logic it's literally not data. It's just logic. It's unknowable outside of the context inside of the tree. And that context currently yeah. It's annoying. Because like I do other things with scriptable objects. Like I have like all of my camera functions. Like if I want a camera to like fade in or fade out or zoom or pan, I have presets with scriptable objects where it's like I just have the easing function and the duration. So I only have one, like those are all different kinds. They're lots of different instances of a camera move. But here, these aren't instances of a shared thing. These are just a question mark box that we want to just put here that has a start and an end. So I think we're doomed to using monitor behavior. I think we have to. I think that's just the way it is. What it means really is that this point of interest, this reveal point of interest, to me, this is like an instance of data in my game composed of logic. Like this is, it's such a specific thing that like, it's not something that I would composite other things with. Like it's just like as much of an asset as this thing is. Like it literally, that's what it is. Like this reveal point of interest class is like a timeline asset. Unity event system. You mean like literally Unity events? Like these things? Sorry. Unity engine.events, these? Those are just literally events. Like invoke, callback. Hey, Vierite, welcome. It's okay. I might have to take a break for about 10 minutes. I might just come back and build this thing as soon as I get back. I think we just solved this. I've got enough experience that I don't actually need to hear any. I don't need to argue different Steelman versions of this thing. I think I'm stuck building this way. Certainly, I would say if this was like Love 2D or something, I would say this would be a lot easier. Any like interpreted language, even Godot, would be this would be a much more natural thing to do in Godot. For me, what I get anxious about is just how much scripts in a compiled language, scripts create bulk because it's more files that you have to compile. And we talk about like namespaces, assembly definitions, like adding when the scripts are so, you know, they've got such a hard, what's the word? They have so much weight to them compared to like in an interpretive language. In interpreted language, it's like this you could just put you could put text in files and it's whatever. But here, a script is like every time you edit a script, you have to recompile everything. So it's really a C# problem that I'm just, it's just me not liking having to do this, where I've got this like, I've got scripts that are one-time use that do one thing. It's an ugly feeling, but there's actually no way to make it smaller. It's just what it is. I've got hundreds of scripts at this point. The alternative, actually, there's one more thing here. The alternative is that this thing here we just talked about, this schedule mono behavior, is something that we can, I mean, it would be using reflection. We would be fishing inside of a mono behavior to see if it had an instance of a state, and then we would list them out, and then you would pick it in the inspector. You would say, hey, world graph, like world graph, this thing is my whole world map, right? Its whole, this prefab, its entire job is to essentially render this thing, right? So I could give this a bunch of states. It just knows about them because I referenced them. Some of them could be internal classes. Some of them could be mono behaviors. Some of them could be cutscenes, whatever. It just happens to have access to a bunch of definitions of states somewhere. And the timeline system recognizes that when I chuck this world graph script into it and says, hey, you've got like 3 or 4 states here. Which one do you want to use? That would be a way to avoid writing mono behaviors for every different state. This is certainly more modular. This is more compositional. And even writing this reveal point of interest, the whole point of this was that like it meant that I didn't have to put all the logic inside of world graph, which is already too big. So I think again, I'm stuck where I am. Hey, Chartle. YouTube links I can send if you want a deeper dive. So what are these videos? Good space to stick a table? A table? What do you mean by a table? Yeah, event channels. So I'm sort of event channel scriptable objects. An alternative to the monolithic event manager class is to separate your events. Individual objects called event channels. This is achieved using scriptable objects. An event channel that passes no arguments looks like the following. What does this look like in the inspector? How do you pass, what are you passing into the Unity action? What do the instances of this thing look like? And this really just looks like an event. I'm not really worried about this. It's like this thing that I'm describing. It's not just about passing the events. They are Unity-specific tutorials on being able to select, for example, specific methods, types, or interfaces in a serialized way. So yeah, I'm not really looking for like a general solution for reflection level serialization. I'm not looking to do that. I don't want to like work around how Unity wants to behave. At least I'm not super comfortable doing that right now. I would prefer, because ultimately I don't have a good claim. I don't have a good reason to even want to do that. Like nothing about what I've described today would be benefited by being able to serialize a method in a scriptable object. I don't think so anyway. At least I don't, I mean, you could post the link for sure. Maybe I'm not understanding what's being suggested. Like, this is more about definitionally, I've already established that, like, it's important that I don't know what's inside of these. You can do that, but also post a link here. I just want to right now, I just want to see if it's relevant. Types. We're back. Okay, so I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in about 10. Yeah, all I was saying, I don't know what I dropped. So all I was saying is that I think ultimately here, like, there's no point me trying to serialize a function. It's really just about a question of, like, should I, like, where does this stuff live? And I've already decided it's mostly the way that I would need to describe it as a class, even if I wasn't putting it in the timeline, is the way that I've done it already. So, like, we're already there. Hey, Jossinger, thank you so much for the sub. All right, pals, I'll be back in about 10. Okay, see you in a bit. Yo, yo, yo. We're back. Sorry about the wait. I'm gonna have dinner now on stream. So yeah. We're talking about the distinction between data and logic. This is like the core of programming is this problem. Or distinction. You know, the difference between statements and operations and the things that you're doing the statements and operations on. This is a chicken wrap. It's a Nashville style chicken wrap. As in there's fried chicken in there that's Nashville style fried chicken. And the wrap is around it. It's kind of like almost like local KFC in how it tastes, but the breading is pretty like the batter is pretty good, pretty crunchy. So I was thinking as I was walking down that technically, like, we could put all of these states inside of scriptable objects. Like, it's possible. You can very easily just like write a function in a class and then make that class inherit from scriptable object. It's not a technical challenge to do that. It's more like, what do we get? What value does scriptable object give us? Because ultimately, that scriptable object, the power of scriptable objects is that you can copy lots of instances of them, instantiate like 50 at editor time, and give them little different parameters, right? Like this fire spell, this is a fire spell and it does 50 damage. This is a water spell and it does 30 damage. This is a lightning spell and it does 17 damage. That's what a scriptable object definition is good for. But this stuff, it's all unique. It's one-off stuff. So what value do we get out of turning this into data files? Unless we were doing a YAML thing. That's what we were talking about the other day. But I think we'd have to approach the whole game very differently if we wanted to do that. We'd be coming at this whole thing differently if we were doing it like with a markup language or like a design scripting language separate from the engineering scripting language. That's where you get that's where you see Lua get used a lot in game dev. Hello, hello. Hey Booyah, how's it going? I'm just having some dinner. The Lua take? Yeah, sure. So what I was saying was right now I'm building a scheduling system for my game, right? And the point of the scheduling system is to basically allow me to queue up a bunch of self-managed features of the game that have their own intro and outro condition, such that they'll play back to back to back to back until some other thing is, until I finish, right? So the example would be either you're in a cutscene and the cutscene needs to open up the menu to show you something for the first time, and then unlock some power and then give you an item at the end of it. They're very disparate things, but they need to be described as being in some sort of sequence. So they need some sort of wrapping logic or container or data structure or something that you can use to serialize at editor time, right? I want to encode this logical structure, which in my case is a tree structure, somehow. And your options are, you write scripts that just are the tree structures, like you build them at runtime in the initialization function of some class, you know, list.add, blah, 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 blah. Or you use some sort of data file system and you populate them using, like in Unity's case, using the inspector. You pass things, objects physically into the scene. They're basically serialized into the scene. Or you have a middle scripting language that knows about keywords to do with your game that you've set up. And that's where I was going to say Lua is good for that. So for example, I'm pretty sure like Dark Souls, you can download all the enemy routines in Dark Souls. And the enemy routines are like, it's like pseudocode. It's like a bunch of like keywords and parameters, but it's not like C# as far as I know. So I don't have that, which means I've got to encode things using C#, basically. Yeah, and then we were looking at Nintendo earlier. That was the example. So you look at Breath of the Wild, and you look at this sequence, which is remarkably dense, in that if you just watch it, you know, players do, the player does one thing. They interact with a pedestal, and then like 7 things back to back happen that have nothing to do with each other in terms of like how they were authored. Like this cutscene and this cutscene and the dialogue that's about to show up and the raindrop and the menu opening. The person didn't like go into Maya and keyframe all of that stuff out, right? That's not one asset. The menu unlocking a new map section. These aren't one asset. These are like a bunch of disparate things that are just being wrangled together right now in a specific order that realistically is being resolved at runtime. It's not, this tower doesn't know that you unlock this Sheikah sensor at it. You could go to any tower and the first one would be the one that you get the Sheikah sensor. But the sequence doesn't break, right? Like it knows that it's like just trucking along doing its thing until it's time to move forward. So that's what I'm trying to replicate. You know, you need this if you're trying to make a very confident system that can handle a lot of overlapping and interlocking things. If you're trying to do like a lot of oh, thank you so much, Booyah. Yeah, if you're trying to do a lot of like interlocking features for sort of very smooth onboarding of things like tutorials or, you know, things like that. So I've got a similar thing here where I've got, you know, you can run around the game and there's a map. And there's going to be a point, it's actually exactly the same as Breath of the Wild. There's a point where that map, you get a quest. And the quest, when you get a quest, the screen, that the level that quest, that the next quest beat gets resolved at, the next quest marker, appears, it gets revealed by that, by this moment. So I can queue it up here by like manually. It's like this happens, it goes over there, it shows the level, and it plants a marker, and then comes back and shows you where you are relative to that. That's now got to happen inside of a cutscene. So that's what we're talking about today. Thank you, Werewolf Cass. Yeah, so this is my game. This is Insignia. I've been working on this for ages, and I spend most of my time here on Twitch streaming the game. So, yeah. So what I've decided, I think, is to build this. And I think that this point of interest needs to be the first candidate for our new kind of class. So let's call it public class schedule behavior. Schedule state behavior. And a schedule state behavior is going to be, can I say abstract? I think I can. And I mean, we can have an on enter and an on exit. But it's really just that we want, I mean, I guess so. I guess we could treat it like a state in terms of as an interface, but ultimately it's going to have a public schedule state called, I guess, just state. And it's going to have a public a function that's called assemble. Can I do this? It needs to be abstract. Right. Okay. Maybe assemble isn't right. I think I'll just leave that. Okay. That's really all it needs to have. And then here, I can, instead of root state, I'll call this state. And that's a queue state. Now, does it need to be a state or a queue state? Does state, can it just be anything? I guess it could be anything. I could say new. And this is a schedule state called state. If I say, instead of this, I say schedule state behavior, this is going to say, hang on, you need to implement those features that we set. And so ultimately, How long did it take to learn to speak this computer language? I'm still, it's like, how long did it take to learn English? You know, like you're still learning. But I've been doing this, I've been writing code since I was, I want to say like 17. And I'm almost double that. All right. So the question is, like if I move this to its own thing, which we will do right now, let's move this to schedule state behavior.cs. That's a good thing about VS Code. You never have to go back to Unity. You could just build the scripts out from here. So the question is, is this right? I mean, certainly we would expect there to be an enter, but there's going to have to be a bunch of parameters here that we need to assign. Or maybe the answer is that, well, oh man, this is tough. This is tough, man. So the problem here is that, well, it's not too tough, but basically the flow, something like this, for score and 20, for the timeline to be able to initialize the playback of a state, the state needs to have been injected with its parameters, or otherwise just like set up by the game context first. Since the timeline has no conception of that context. So we need some kind of is ready to ensure that, to distinguish between states that need setting up and states that are wholly self-contained. That's not how you spell that word. Wholly. Now, it's tough because like most of this stuff needs context. Like this reveal point of interest, if you look at how it works, like setup states comes from somewhere. This thing needs to be given a map node in order to do its state setup. And then it can set up all of its child states with that map node. Like it needs to know where it's lerping to, where it's coming from. It needs to know all of this stuff. But so if I tried to call this from the timeline without this, the whole thing breaks. It's like, well, I don't know where I'm animating to. Like which level am I revealing in the scene? So somehow and this kind of it hurts me because I don't actually have a clear goal here. Like what I'm trying to do is erase this wrinkle where I have to constantly manage what's been set up and what's not manually. I don't want to have to do that. Hey, Lily, how's it going? So what I want to be able to do is say, hey, play. Now's the time. But somewhere along the way, there needs to be some sort of like thing that knows how to set things up. Okay. So maybe I'm trying to pre-optimize a little bit too much here, but it's hard to. Yeah. I don't want to overdo it. So this thing needs a setup states function, and then it needs this reveal function. These two essentially they boil down to a setup and a begin. That's what these two are ultimately. So we could call this enter if we wanted. We could call this setup. And then this is like on finished. We could have a function here called you want to cook chicken? Why don't you do it on the stove? You cook it in a pan. You can cut the chicken breasts, if they're chicken breasts, slice them thinly, and you can fry them. Get some salt, pepper, paprika, a bit of garlic pepper. Garlic. What do they call it? Not flakes. Powder. Garlic powder. Like grilled chicken breast fillets. Or you could schnitzel them if you're brave. You got some panko and egg. All right. I am Cat Payne says, I want to make a Dwarf Fortress-like game, but not as heavy on the simulation. But trying to wrap my head around terrain generation, job system, entities, it's probably too big brain for me. Hey, Cat Payne, that's a hell of a goal. It's certainly going to upskill you as an engineer if you manage to finish it. But maybe start by making games for each of those systems you just mentioned. Make it a tiny game that is the system that you want to build for your Dwarf Fortress game, but the whole game is just that one system. So you could build 5 games with 5 systems and then bring them all together into your Dwarf Fortress title. Hello.
Hello.
You come and say hi?
I'm coming to you.
No, I don't want. I'll take that, but I'm not even finished mine.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
My own what?
You have it. Oh.
I have a roll
Okay.
with some chips in it, and I haven't finished either of them. Dwarf Voltron. Okay. So ultimately, yeah, like there needs to be some sort of entry state, a do, and an exit. The trouble is that the enter state, or there's like a setup. The problem is in Unity, I can't say that you need to have a function called setup without prescribing what the parameter list needs to be. I can't say, well, you will need a setup function, but you can have more or fewer parameters, unless it's a parameter array of objects or something like that, which is a bit yucky. Making it abstract like that sucks. So I guess all we need to know, I guess we would have a Boolean called like setup, and then schedule state behavior T. Yeah, but like the problem is I would need to, the point would be that, I mean, it's another logical thing. Logically, if every different schedule state behavior needs different parameters, why would I try to make them generic? What's the point? Why not just have them inherit from schedule state behavior? Like, what's the point of trying to make generic the concept of a setup function if every instance of the setup function is different? Because all of the states are different, have different needs. Why would I bother trying to enforce that? I'm going to need to know what they are on the other side, the thing that's calling that setup function needs to know explicitly what the thing is that it's setting up. I can't do that in the abstract. I'm not going to like set up a list of states that have all these different needs from some loop. That's never going to happen. So there's no point even providing it as a thing. What I should really be able to do is just have a public like is ready bool, and then it can just, as long as it returns that true, false, whatever, it's fine. So I think unless I have some function that returns a list of parameter needs, these are the types that I need in my setup function. Hey Wardstone, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hi. That is what the state behavior context class as a wrapper around the params you need. But Chartle, let's zoom out from the engineering of how we would do it. I'm asking why we would need to wrap the parameters like that. Hey, Macezifier, welcome. Currently working on an RTS/RPG that has a storyline that changes upon character death. Nice, that's a cool idea. Well, the thing is that, name one context, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know one scenario where I would have all the information. I have all of the parameters or access to them, but I don't know what the states are because I've got the states described generically. That feels really backwards. Like, where am I? I've failed myself as an engineer. If I have all the things I need, it's like I've got a bunch of keys, but all of the doors look like they could be ordinary objects around the house. It's like, huh? How did you get all those keys for those doors if you don't even know what the doors are? I mean, maybe I'll regret this. I don't really know. I'm just thinking, like, is ready, enter, do, exit. I mean, it's nice to think about this. I think the do is probably unnecessary unless this is from the timeline calls this. But no, we don't even need to do that. It's really just enter, and then exit is probably more like, well, that's really it. Right, but again, Chartle, like you're so eager to solve a problem, but like I'm asking, like, is that a problem that we want to create for ourselves in the first place? Like, is it valuable for us to just to build the thing that you're proposing that we build? But you wouldn't build it in case you need it. You build it because you need it, right? So I'm saying, like, I can't even find one use case for the thing we're talking about. Like, even a hypothetical, like, what's the hypothetical game context where you would build a state system where, and I've tried this. This is how I know. The reason why I know it's not worth needing is because, hang on. The reason why this doesn't work is I tried it for enemy state behaviors. So like, you have an enemy, right? The enemy might have a behavior that's called chase, right? And chase requires a target that it's trying to chase, right? Like the player character. You can't call chase without a target. It needs it. So it might need other things too. It might need like a speed that it's allowed to run at when it's chasing the target. So the question is, if you have like a list of states that you're cycling through and you come up against, let's say you're drawing them from a pile. The pile is a collection. It's like a deck of cards that are you just know them as state. And you're drawing them, drawing, and one of them says, oh, this state requires a target and a speed. It's like, well, I want to know what for, right? That's like the first thing I want to know is like, well, or not even target and speed, but like it needs a transform and a float, right? Like, okay, great. My wrapper system told me what parameters I need to pass into this thing, but like, what are they? Wouldn't it be better for this thing to be typed so that I know what I'm passing into it? If I know it's a chase behavior, then I can say, oh, right, yeah, setup, chase.setup. Now, yes, that means that I have to sort of like cast everything. But how are you going to author? Like those parameters are part of the definition of that thing. Like the way that you call, if you were to pass functions into the setup of that thing, in the game's like balance, logic, whatever, those parameters kind of make up like the definition of what that thing is. They're not really divorceable as parameters. You can't like just, it's a little awkward to think about those things in the abstract. Like as like a game designer, imagine there's some issue with the chase behavior. And you've got places in the game where like the parameters for the chase behavior are being passed into the chase behavior, but as a generic state. How are you going to know that that's what's happening? You can't trace it. You know, you're going to be like, okay, where in my game do I pass transforms and floats to states? Because one of those might be a chase state and this character's running too fast. You know, that's like, you're going to hurt yourself doing that. So it's easier to just like be explicit. Because how are you going to debug the game if everything's generic? Right. But when you say chase state context, that's no longer generic, right? So you're either going to pass this class instance typed, or you're going to pass the parameter wrapper typed. What's at that point? Why even have the parameter wrapper? Why not just pass the typed object? I'm saying, why have parameter wrappers at that point if you're directly referencing those classes? But is it cleaner? Just so that we can have a parameterless setup that they inherit from? Maybe. I did build it this way. I think it's still legacy code. Like the way you're describing is what I started with. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe what was this? Not parameterless, a wrapper, some kind of thing inheriting from parameter wrapper as the parameters, right? That's what you're saying. Maybe. What was it? It's a long time ago. Yeah, here we go. Navigate props. This is what you're talking about. Where it's got I've got a little, this is a wrapper that contains the properties that I need for the navigate state. And if this inherited from state props, that's what you're describing. But it's about the same amount of code and it's no fewer clock cycles. So I think it's just a stylistic thing at that point. I guess the only thing would be if I had one of those, I could check if it had been called in the abstract. Like this is ready function. I suppose, well, no. I mean, this is what's checking. But maybe it would be something where I'd have to pass into the enter state. That's a thing we could do. Where they all need an enter. And the setup is here. But those are different actions. Setting up and entering are different. Enter is a time sensitive thing. It's like, now, do it. But the thing that I had to do before I could do enter is always going to be its own function. And it's never going to be called from inside the timeline. And the timeline only needs to check if it's ready. So no matter what, this is kind of what I have to do. I have to call is ready before I'm allowed to say enter. And is ready is shared. It can be just true all the time. And so I'll never have to look for this. But something needs to know what this is. This is what I'm trying to say. Like this setup function, it gets called by the no. Oh, no, this is different. Hang on a second. That's not right. Wait, I changed the names of things. This should be set up. This should be public. This should not need that. Well, this is what I'm saying. This is now a logistics question. It's got nothing to do with the engineering. It's actually the reason why this exists, right? Just let me explain this. The whole reason for me creating a schedule system is that there are things that happen at runtime. Like, okay. When I forge this, the setup for what happens next happens like now. That's when the setup is going to get called. Because right in that instance, we just forged an item. So like, that contains the setup for this text. Like, how do we know that we're forging an iron pauldron until we forged the iron pauldron? Right? So the setup happened when we created the item. And then this sets up this tutorial. The tutorial doesn't know that we're going into the equipment thing and equipping the Grail sword if we didn't just forge, you know, whatever. Like this thing doesn't even know to run at all if we didn't create an, if we didn't add an accessory into our accessory inventory for the first time. So the setup can either be something that I already know, or it has to happen somewhere. Somewhere, somehow, the setup's going to run. And it's just game logic. Like, how do you queue that stuff up? You just have to sort of catch it. Like, the systems that read those things need to do the setup. The systems that are responsible for instantiating that sequence, those need to be the things calling setup. Maybe you're right. I don't know. This is why I talk so much before I code stuff. Well, that should throw an error, Chartle. It should literally stop the game. Like, that's not a valid scenario. It should never be able to play if it's not ready. Because, like, what's happening? You're trying to, like, the example here would be you're trying to display an item that you don't have yet. Something terrible is happening if that's happened. Like, you're trying to reveal in the map a map node that you haven't selected to highlight. How long will I be streaming today? Maybe another hour. Happening. Da-da-da-da-da. Flag is triggered. Thing, foo, responds to flag and passes and sets up state bar. Bar gets foo adds bar to some state machine. When state machine is ready, bar Q. Make sense? So it should be on entry. I mean, ideally, the act of adding it to the queue should involve setting it up. Like that's right. Bar can also be a state machine. Yes. And it gets recursed. It gets traversed depth first. Or breadth, whatever it is. Yeah. So that's the only thing that I would expect to happen. In fact, looking at the world graph scenario, right? World graph says, hey, like, it's time for me to like reveal a point of interest. Here you go. Like, something happened. Here's a quest flag that I got given. That's actually a clue. It's like flags happen incidentally in the game. So, reveal point of interest, set up. Doing this should be the thing that adds it to the queue, I guess. The like global state context queue or whatever it is. I don't know. Or it could just like, well, now we've got another question of like, this is schedule setup. New question. New question. Who assembles the tree? The various scripts around the game, or some authored process looking for the like, does the cutscene ask the world map, do you have something for me to show right now? Or does it just expect it to be there? This is where it's hard because the asset doesn't have any understanding of the context. So immediately there's like an assumption. Does this timeline asset just like assume that everything's ready? I guess that's part of how I set it up. All right, I'm going to take a really quick break. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. We're back. All right, so kind of just talking ourselves into a point of uncertainty here. Let's just play this out again. So let's answer this question. Who assembles the tree? Let's write it out. Let's write it out. What's supposed to happen in the cutscene? That'll answer the question. It's literally this. Okay. So you unlock some ability. Okay. You've reached a crucible. Get the power. Bing! Power unlocked. At this point, a quest flag gets set. Right? If I was just building the game normally, that's what I would do. I just set a quest flag right here. Maybe it's here, actually. And all of this would be fine. And then what I would want to happen is somewhere in this range, add the cutscene to the state machine. Cute. Okay. And this cutscene is some point in this process. It has to happen somewhere here. Definitely before here. So, I mean, I imagine the problem is that these are really just like discrete points in time. So either it's going to happen directly right here, in which case there's a race condition between this and this. Like, how does it know that this happens second and this happens first? That's like the first thing of how do you structure this thing such that you always get the same outcome, or that you guarantee there's a bit of a gap so that one thing always happens first. Not clear to me how I do that. So like in the Zelda metaphor, the question is, okay, something happens, right? What does the player do? The player does exactly one action. They interact with this thing here, right? That one action sets up an entire tree of logic, right? A cutscene plays, another cutscene, this sequence, menu opens, this thing shows up here, Sheikah sensor unlocked. After you finish it, a new little cutscene plays that shows you this little icon, and then you get control back. How does the game know not to do this thing first? How does it know to do all of these things in this order this time? I think the answer to that question is there's only one thing that responds to the game state. That one thing is the equivalent of my timeline. And I think what should happen is the tree should be self-assembling beyond that point. So it's almost like the skeleton of the tree, the branches are owned by the timeline, but the leaves are self-inserted. So the tree goes, hey, it's time to start unlocking some stuff. And maybe there are some listeners. Maybe the tree says, hey, we're about to do the tower sequence. The tower sequence can have, let's just draw it up. this, right? The tower sequence can have all of this stuff, and the tree looks like this at its, like, I guess we could describe like the worst case, like the most dense. So like maybe you unlock the Sheikah sensor, maybe you don't, but we won't know that until we resolve to that point. So the answer is, at the point where this thing gets called, it says, hey, well, this is what we were saying above here. We were asking the question, who does what? Is it this thing asking all of these things to fill it? Or is it these things listening for this event and then populating themselves into the tree? Maybe the tree knows where they go. And so they just say, hey, let's make this one like a diamond. Diamond state goes, hello, I heard that we're building the tree right now. I'm just here to register. And then this guy goes, oh yeah, you go here. That's where you go. The question is then, how long does this thing wait for that to happen? I guess it doesn't wait. In a cutscene environment, it doesn't wait because stuff already takes time. So we can just do it. Or maybe the condition for entry is that it's full. It, just like everything else, it has a setup, is ready, and then enter. And it literally won't start playing the tree. So like, you know, obviously there's a flow through this, right? You have to first go to this, then you go this, then you go this, then you come all the way back down, then you do this, come back down, this, whatever, etc. So the answer is that the tree waits for itself to be filled. And when the condition has been met, but what about optional conditions? How does this know that it's time to enter? Who's calling enter? This would be callback based. Right? You sort of pass the setup. You pass the setup to here. This passes setup to here. This passes setup. Setup goes all the way down. And there are callbacks that come all the way back. So the only time we know that we're ready is when the setup function has finished its outward and inward traversal. It goes... and it's only on the second beat that it comes back. It's like a circulatory system. All of the... or like a flood fill. Like you're cascading the setup down, and then you're getting all the callbacks back. And so this thing gets told it's okay to go by this thing and this thing, which get told that they're okay to go by this thing and this thing, which gets told that it's okay to go by this thing. Because in one call stack earlier, this thing told these things to check if they're ready to go. Why would you have to come back to the original place? You could have the square tell it needs to go back to the start. No, this is not... this is about state validation, not about state playback. I don't know if we're on the same page here, but this is about whether or not this tree has its parameters that it's ready to use, because the tree needs to get built at runtime. So the root of the tree understands that it has to be set up before it can play, and every branch also needs to be set up before it can play. But the setup function happens like at runtime somewhere. Like this doesn't know if it has the parameters necessary to run itself. But it oftentimes will need very explicit parameters that are given to it at runtime. So how does the tree know that it's ready? Well, it has to traverse itself. So it's a bunch of like, here are my parameters. Tell me that you're ready. It could just be a recursion thing. Just like down, 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 back, 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 back. It could just be one recursive function. All right. I'm going to explain it one more time, but then I'm going to start solutioning without explaining. I'm going to start building something. Okay. In Zelda, right? You go up this tower, you press A on the pedestal, and like 2 minutes of like cutscene stuff happens with menus going in and out, stuff getting unlocked, tutorials appearing. It's like a bunch of systems that are completely separate, but they understand which order they need to describe and explain information to the player in. So it shows you just unlocked a new region. It's like tower unlocked, you got a new region. That shows you where to go next. There's dialogue in between. And then you happened to also unlock the Sheikah sensor, this tower, because this is your first tower. And then go back to the menu, exit out. And because you just unlocked that new Sheikah sensor, even though we're out of the menu, now we also give you a little explainer here about the Sheikah sensor before we let you continue. So there's a lot of like stuff. And it's all disparate, and the game, none of those components know anything about what's happening above them, or I guess below them. So like in the state machine of what we just watched, there's no way, like you don't author this thing with any context of this thing, right? They're separate modules, but they are arranged hierarchically. So the question is, oh, and also, the condition for this thing, like this thing here, this node, the condition for showing this node is dependent on the fact that we just unlocked this tower. Well, maybe not that node, but this, right? The condition for showing this region is dependent on the fact that we unlocked that tower. So the question is, how does this little preview, what gives it its context? Well, I would say the thing that gave it its context was the moment we touched the pedestal, right? Some parameter got passed to the cutscene system, like, hey, we just unlocked this tower, not that tower or that tower. So I'm saying that context needs to get passed through the tree of things that are about to play. Like, this is our first tower, we're unlocking this specific tower. You know, we've met the criteria for unlocking the Sheikah sensor. All of that stuff is happening based on the entry condition, not just it's not pre-edited, it's not predefined, right? I mean, the states, the tree is predefined. The if-else logic is all predefined. But whether or not we go into any of these states and with what instance data, that's all determined like when the player presses the button. So I think I've described something that works here. The expectation being that the game should be able to, before we even run the cutscene, we should be able to validate all of the instance data that the cutscene needs to run based on the player's interaction. The player context should be able to be passed in to this thing. So let's write it down. So the question is, who assembles the tree? So answer. We just described it. The answer is the tree structure is assembled by the tree structure is pre-assembled by the context. No, there's two things here, right? There's can be assembled one of two ways. Predetermined based on a skeleton schema, i.e. in a cutscene by timeline, or in a class definition that composes a list of substates, or determined at runtime by incident. I think this might be something that we can invalidate. No, it's actually the way that I've defined it. Priority queue isn't enough. It's actually a tree of queues. It is a queue, but it's a tree of queues. It's a hierarchical queue tree where each queue is also a state containing states. The reason why I say that is because there's layered logic here. So like the pedestal entry cutscene, right, in Zelda, when you first interact with this thing, doing that necessitates that when you finish all of this stuff, right, all this time later, it plays what? What does it do? It plays the exit. So if this was a queue, you'd have to know where in the queue this was going to come out. But the point of a queue is it's first in, first out. So you'd queue up the start and end, and now it's like, well, you need to insert a bunch of stuff inside of the queue. So instead, it needs to be hierarchical. So it's like, well, this is the entry, this cutscene, and when we're done, there'll be an exit. But there's a bunch of stuff we're going to layer on top, like all the menu and all this stuff happens, composed by nested stuff in between. So we're inside of the pedestal, and that is part of a queue. Like the Sheikah sensor prompt happens afterwards. But within this, yeah, but how do you know? Like, it's not really like, this isn't the determined, these things aren't determined. The hierarchy is not predetermined. There is a context hierarchy of like menus appear over the game layer. So like, yes, certain things have to appear on top of others, just literally speaking, but which thing goes first in the queue is not. That is the structure. That's the thing we're trying to build. Like I could say, well, actually I want this to happen first, but it's like, I wouldn't want to like that's what this is. That's what a linear editor is for. Anyway. Like it's not a property of the data that it has priority. It's a property of the instance, that order. So can we erase this? I'm not sure we can. So the situation I have in my game, it feels like it's just a list. Cutscene, open menu with context of unlock region, unlock Sheikah thing, explain Sheikah thing. But that's not Chartle, those things happen in linear time. Like time is a list. of moments. But there's an obvious hierarchy of what sort of things have to be open to show you the unlock Sheikah thing. Like that unlock Sheikah thing can't happen at the start. Otherwise, you'd have to open the menu first. Yeah, I just disagree with all of you, and I've already committed to this solution, and I've already solved it. We're not trying to solve that part of what data structure is it. I already like the data structure. I've already built an example where it works just fine. We're already past that point. Like you guys are you're just solutioning now. Like the fact that I can do this. Can I do this? Okay, I can't do it. I changed some function names. Oh, right, I added the is ready criteria. I literally just made it so that I couldn't do that. That's like the last thing I did. Well. That's what it is. I didn't have this line of code, which I just created. Then I needed that line of code. So the fact that I can do this, and let me explain why it's not just a list. Okay, this is the checkmate bulletproof reason why I need it. See this? I can press J and it goes ding, show you the new place, show you the marker, zoom back, close. That's a thing I want to design on its own, right? It's a list of things. That list of things needs to happen inside another list of things. Hierarchical. It's not just a state machine. I mean, why wouldn't you use hierarchies to do that? Otherwise, you've got a whole list of things. You define a list of things as a thing. Yeah, you're just distracting me. You don't want this game to come out. All right, can we erase this? The struggle here is that there are some times where the sequence, like what we have here, the sequence is not known at runtime, but it might be. Like it might be that when we build things, every time we get an item, there is a tree that checks if we also want to show this cutscene. Like this here, the thing that played this cutscene could also be the thing that checks to see if this needs to play. That could be a little predefined tree. And this thing could say, no, no, no. Or yes, 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 we do need to play this cutscene. So here's the question. What's doing that right now? What's telling this cutscene to play? The cutscene is being played based on this design being forged. Which actually, it anchors it to this scene, which is bad. That's really bad. Because it means that you can only see this cutscene if you're standing inside of this place. It means that the game is dependent on the level design, which is bad. So what would be the alternative? The alternative would be that this equipment tutorial would need to be a state that we could place into some statically accessible, like the game engine prefab, this game manager basically, such that when we get a new item, we check to see if we need to compose that tree or list, if you want to call it that, nested list, tree, same difference, of get new item followed by first time equipment sequence. And this is it here. We just got it. The reason why I would want to even describe that is that when I build the tree, I'm describing the priority queue. I'm the one who's being explicit about, well, what happens if you get an item and it's the first time you get that item and it's also the first time. It's like, yeah, I'm the one authoring the continuity of what happens first, what happens second, what happens third. That creates the dependency chain and inherently also creates the order. So I don't have this like separate, I just learned something. I just unlocked something. We can cancel this. We never have to do this. We just have to define, whenever we want something to happen a specific way, we just define a tree that contains that thing in that order, which then also becomes the thing that causes it to happen. Okay. All right. That's pretty neat, actually. This is literally, you don't understand. Like, what I just solved is going to make the QA process for this game take about a month quicker. Because I have, up to this point, built my game out of things where the dependency of like, this happens and then this happens is all incidental. Like, it's just a bunch of things that check things and there's no order. It's just like, well, like they're causal because this thing happens to be downstream from that thing. Like that thing triggers this thing. That's not a data structure right now. That's just like 3 things, right? It's like there's like a it's like there's a flag and another flag and another flag, and these things aren't connected by data structures at all. It's just like this thing, like this thing happens to check this flag and it happens to set this flag. And so there's like a string of logic, but it's not, you can't like, you don't know what order things are going to happen unless you can like traverse this thing, which I sort of do a little bit of that, but it's not, you know, when we're weaving between things that are defined inside of scripts and things that are defined inside of timelines and traversing a timeline to see if one flag gets set before something that happens inside of a function inside of another script, that's too complicated. So this way we're encoding that inside of these things define the order. La puce qui saute. Welcome. Wow. Really important. We just did that. Okay. So let's write this down in big letters. If we define the tree that defines the data flow and by definition the order of operations, okay, now I know what I'm building. Thank you so much. Now I know what I'm building. So I'm working on a very, very specific kind of state machine for event scheduling in my game, or not event scheduling, but like narrative scheduling, I guess you could call it. So, this reveal point of interest, this builds the tree. It actually does build the tree here, but it probably should do it inside of the setup for this. So and we could do this. Oh, could we do this recursively? Oh yeah, character state machines are similar in complexity. This is just, yeah, inheritance, hierarchical, finite state machine. I think that's all good. I mean, the way I do it in my game, I'm happy with. So I don't have any qualms about how I would build the rest of the game using that system. Like I can see getting to release quite easily with that setup. So if it works for me, it should work for you. Mine's a little different to what's in the tutorial, but it's fundamentally the same. Okay, so this thing here of like setup. What Chartle was saying is, could this be recursive? That's like about an hour and a half ago, Chartle was suggesting that this could be recursive, such that you just pass setup to one thing and it just could cascade down because it's generic, or something like to that. I mean, if I listened to Chartle and I agreed, that would be on the cards right now. That's what we're describing here, is this thing here. Now, I don't know if that's even logically possible, like I said, because how do I know that reveal node needs this node as its setup? Hey, Sergeant Pepper, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Like, I don't know what that even looks like. Like in this context, it's actually very simple because they all require node. But like this one requires like worldgraph.instance.get current scene node, which is a different node. So like, I can't recursively create this, you know? Unless I take the parameter away from this because it's globally accessible. But I can't because these two are the same thing. So they need the parameter to define what's different about them. So how the hell logically, how do I... These names are there for a reason. Yeah, but how do they know what the context needs to be? How do I know what the context needs? How do I pass the context? What is the context? All of the globally accessible variables in the whole game? Like, it's just there's no easy way to do this. I want to be explicit. I want to be. Hey, Shushumaru, thank you so much. Like, doing this abstractly is a nightmare. What does this even look like? I just have a variable, a black box called context. Why not just have it be... That makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. No, it has to be like this, I think. But I don't know that they use the same context. They almost certainly won't ever use the same context. The set of parameters that each node needs is different because we're talking about anything that can happen in the game. That's what these states are. Anything that could happen in a game that took 8 years to build. Imagine how many different things there are in this game at this point. What does the context look like for a thing that could contain anything? I might as well just like... Anyway, so... The problem, I guess, is that... No, it needs to be this way. It needs to be like this. And it won't always be like this. I mean, some things might be able to be defined recursively, you know. But in this case, this is how it's going to be. And I'm okay with that. So, that's fine. Who creates the tree? Couldn't the creator pass the parameters? This is the creator. This is the tree being created right now. You're watching it. But I don't think so, Chardal. I'm not going to argue. You're talking in like, you know, computer science class about data structures land. You know, it's like in a hypothetical world, a context could be passed to a state abstractly. But like in a video game, in The Legend of Zelda, you couldn't do it. Okay, so like if I don't want to be responsible for passing the data explicitly to the nodes would have to be responsible for collecting the data themselves, which is bad practice. I don't really get why it's an issue to define the context. No, I mean, this is me defining the context. This is me passing the parameters in that they need in the setup. And I know what they need because they are typed. I put a green screen up. Like this is of type reveal node. And so its setup function requires a map node. And I know that because it's of the type. And that's great. That's not a problem. We're just arguing about whether or not this could have been done recursively. That's all. Like you just call like state.setup with these things and then that's it. You know? Because the assumption is there a way where state.setup and then just passing these things and then maybe like some other thing where we just say this at the end or something, context. Is that enough to essentially tell these things what they need? But if they're all just of type state, how do I know what I'm passing? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe my brain's inflexible. Just like not like from an engineering perspective. I mean from like a logistics perspective. Like, what the hell am I doing at that point? At some point, you need to be explicit because your data is something. So what are we passing? Anyway, feel free in the Discord to post an essay about how you would do this using my example. And I'd be happy to listen to it. I'm happy to be educated. Let me just think. I want to entertain this because I can't be right definitively if lots of people are disagreeing with me, or at least one person consistently. All right. Is there a way these things could be given context? You might have wasted all that time, but don't. If you're worried about that, don't pick the argument. I mean, what would I... How would move to map location How could I possibly pass it anything useful in any other way? Absolutely not. Unless I had defined the context. Unless I type the context. Yeah, you would have to have a typed context. That's basically it. So you would essentially have this thing called point of interest context. But the issue that I have with that, this is what is essentially wrong with that. Move to map location. If we take these 5 states, okay, I'm gonna disprove this right now, I think. Okay, we have this thing. We're gonna call this is move to map location, or reveal map location, sorry. This is the reveal map location flow, right? It moves to the location, it like highlights the thing. We'll do a different object there. Let's do a square. Move to location, highlight point of interest, move back to starting location, dismiss the menu. Okay, that is our context. I could define an object that is called move to map location context. Okay. And I could say that each of these things takes a move to map location context. And so all I need to do is pass the move to map location context to this, and then it recursively passes it on to these. Okay. So the problem with that is that if we do that, what we're essentially doing is we are hard coding this to be only useful inside of this. Because what if later down the track, I want to move to map location and then do some other thing? This is now a different context because it's a different set of operations. And compositionally, this fails now because I don't now I have a different kind of context that I need, because the sum of these, like the hash of all the parameters that I need is now a different hash. So like, what do you call, if I have this thing, which always needs the same thing, they always need the same, the circles, but I can't recursively pass the things that this thing needs to this thing, because this might need the set of things that we need are different. The parameters are different. I actually am getting one guide right now. But it's true, right? You can't, why would I ever try to do that? That's dumb. I need to be able to specifically say, hey, like in this context, this needs to get passed in. The types are the same, so you can abstract the context to get the particular instances from each. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Have the relevant interfaces, and the states would be looking for some kind of... Yeah, but like you guys, I'm trying to explain, like we're talking about any possible thing that could happen in the game. So how do I define the context for any possible thing that could happen? We have interfaces, and then we like, and even like It doesn't make any sense to me. You define a context definition per state. Right. Yeah, right. So isn't that just literally this? The context definition per state is just the parameters that go into the setup function. So then how do I recursively pass that down from the top? Okay. Like, let's just do it. Okay. It's not a bad exercise. This is A, this needs a B and a C. This needs, obviously it's the same thing as the other one, so it needs an A, and then this needs DF. DEF. Okay. So that's what we need in order to populate this. This needs to be constructed, okay, in this order. A thing of type A, a BC, a thing of type A, a DEF. As the designer, if this is just a black box, how do I know that I even need to produce this? How do I know what I'm producing? I have to give these names, right? This is like first, this is like origin, this is actually destination. This is origin. This is like flag. And this is like, I don't know, some extra stuff. Okay. So I would need to somehow, just for this thing, I would need this set of parameters with these names so that I know what I'm passing. How do I abstract that? There's literally nothing in common except that this happens to have an A, which is not destination, it's something else. It's like, it could be just some location we're going to. And then this thing which needs a G. Like, if you give me something that says you need these, okay, I still have to encode what those things mean. And these things have to be able to read this to know which ones they relate to. Like how does this know that it needs this A and not this A? How does this accept this context? Or how does this know to only feed that context? In the abstract, like if it's just like state and then like state, or like state that needs an A. Bro, I'm getting like individually like 7 different one guides right now. I'm getting one guide. I mean, like, I'm just thinking about it. Let's just say this has a function called getParams or something. Let's say they all have a getParams. At this point, it's just, you just do it inside of the state definitions. It's not, it's literally, you literally just do what I'm doing. That's just what you do at that point. Like, why are we recursively searching for parameters to a setup function? I don't understand why we would need to do, it doesn't make any sense. All right. Just so that we can, I think this is fine. Anyway. All right. Where were we? Gosh. So we define the tree that defines data flow bunch. Yes. Okay. So this is about, the next question is about validation. Which we do want to do recursively. So it's actually a recursive is ready, I think. which happens after a setup. So setup happens, not recursive. Setup happens very explicitly. And then is ready gets called recursively all the way up the tree. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? They all say, yep, I'm ready. That gives us license to enter. So this are children ready is for anything that has a state, which my states, in this case, are state machines. So we need like an, now it's a little awkward. Oh, no. I don't do that. I don't do that. I have an is ready. And then I have a public override bool. Maybe there's like a public override. Oh, no. We call this is ready self. And then is ready is always defined as is ready self and are children ready. Yes. And then we have this are children ready. And oh my God. Return state dot true. Then virtual. I'm in the wrong place. Okay, now we go here, and this is where it needs to go. Schedule state like this. Good. Oh, and Q state then can't run unless is ready self. So return basically for each. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I'm setting some really clear rules here that are going to affect how I can build this game. No. Okay, that's pretty good. The thing is, I don't have a context problem. Chat suggested something, and then we basically just got sucked into fighting about it. I really think is ready self should be virtual. And we just return true. And so I don't need this if I don't want to put it there. Yeah. So the thing here is that we're not, yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't need to explain this. All right. So where does that leave us? When we go to world graph and we enter, we shouldn't actually be calling enter. We should be calling push or NQ. And it's the graph that determines when we enter based on everything being ready. On the provision that everything's ready. I'm trying to think now, is there a scenario here where it will be ready later? That's a gamble. We wouldn't ever want to do that. Okay. So we should be able to pass maybe the word setup can be like prepare. I just think that I just think there might be one thing here that I'm missing, which is that this tree structure we've created, I think I'm just learning something right now. Can this setup be the validation? Is there ever a context where we just know it will be ready because we called setup? Is it necessary for us to have a ready? There's a distinction here between describing the structure of the tree versus being ready for the tree to be traversed. And the awkwardness here, the thing that's a little bit awkward, is that here the tree structure is decided by the setup function of this list state. So like the list state is like, hey, I'm a function here. I'm a class, and as a class, I have a bunch of these states. So instead, what we could do is, this is getting very JavaScripty. The setup function is like a constructor, and it passes itself through to this. So essentially what happens is you call the constructor in order to set up this, you have to put them in that. Like it's the same thing. Setting up the function returns the object, and yeah. I think there's a suggestion here that like everything could have queues. Well, it's even a bit more awkward than that, because I've built a state machine, but should it really just be a queue machine? Like, is it just now questioning it. Okay. So like, let's think. To do this thing, you have a list of things that you do, okay? And I want to just set this up by inputting the list of things that I do. And that's a definition. That's fine. But when I finish the thing, should I still have it in memory? Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, it is what it is. So, okay. Is there a type of definition, like an abstract definition, where you can't, where the parameters are all optional? Like something like this. Public abstract state setup. But like you can override this with as many parameters as you like. As long as you have something that is called setup that returns a state. Is that possible? No. Because that's what I would want here. Like, it's a contract that you should have to call setup. That's what I really want. Because otherwise it just becomes a convention. Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, Chartle. Yeah, I know. I mean, it just means I have to create a new set of types for every kind of thing that has the args in it. I hate that. I hate it. All right, let's do it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it that way. I'm okay with it. You know, I'm just going to try it. It's new and I'm learning. So let's just do it. Do that? Can I do that? No. Now hang on. Is this just not just a constructor at that point? I'm describing a constructor. In which case I don't need it. No, but I do need it because some things will be objects that... Wait a second. Can all states be constructible things? If states are only these classes, can a cutscene be a state? Well, maybe it's a state that plays a cutscene. If states are always classes, then they all have constructors, like custom classes. In which case, I can do this way. I don't think this is a bad thing. It just means that everything is like a container for a state instead of it being itself a state. In which case, I don't need state params. In which case, when we go back to here, instead of dot setup, it's take all of this away. Never construct them. And then it becomes Wait, why am I doing this? The logic is if I'm constructing it, then... but this is a... Well, this can't be a... Well... Well... I'm struggling with this system, man. I'm really struggling with it. Do I want this to be like compositional? Does it really matter to me that I can add? It feels like I'm just, you know what it feels like? It feels like I'm designing a programming language is what it feels like. I'm essentially I'm defining a workflow that's going to run, that the whole game is going to run on, hypothetically. Okay. So my issue, my little hypothetical here is, can I actually do this all the time? And the answer is, well, if I'm inside of a cutscene, but I'm not really inside. I mean, it itself might have a thing. I'm really just describing the life cycle of this. It's not too abstract. I have some examples. It's more just like I'm trying to rationalize both at the same time. The question is the life cycle of these states, right? Is the life cycle just its use? Yeah. And in fact, when I'm building things in like an ad hoc way like this, it does make sense to do it that way. However, there are times when, like, let's go through, we'll go through the example. The example is something like this thing here. We define the tree that defines the data flow. This is the difference. It's like the tree as a composed object at editor time versus at a resolved object at runtime. So the question is, let's go back to this case here where we have like new item goes to accessory tutorial. Okay. The hypothetical tree here would be something like this. State item validation flow or something like that. Item validation tree. An item validation tree would be like new item get, and then it would, adjacent to that, the sister state to that would be accessory tutorial cutscene. And this would require an item. Okay. Also requires the item. Also requires the item, and like whatever. And I'd have to know, in the inventory or whatever. This is a very small tree. The question is, if I'm doing this inside of a forge or at the end of a forge event, so there's like some other tree and the last thing we did was forge stuff. This entry point is not related to this at all. Like finishing forging has nothing to do with the accessory tutorial That is to say, the accessory tutorial shouldn't care about whether or not we're forging something. So they shouldn't exist in the same data structure, at least when thinking about this thing. So my earlier assumption is kind of rough because it's like, well, when does this get invoked? Hey, Zealand. You're a bit behind on the conversation. So the forge moment would be... That's okay. It's all good. I appreciate your involvement on the stream. We're just like maybe like 9 hours deep into this conversation. So the forge moment it essentially doesn't have... I mean, we know that we're going to make an item. That's about it. So... But you can get an item anywhere. So like you can forge an item, you can pick an item up from the ground. You can open item in chest. All of these contexts would form the hypothetical root of this tree, right, that we're describing. The root being the initial context. So by that definition, we literally cannot make this any smaller. Like these just have to somehow just set a flag that you got a new item and then this can play. But you can't define this 3 times. Man, this is really, 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 really tough. It's really tough. I'm gonna finish my dinner. Well, my whole thing is that what I'm trying to make happen in the game is I'm essentially trying to eliminate the gaps between this moment and this moment. So what I kind of want to do is like when I start forging, I kind of want to be like prepared to load this onto the end of it at runtime. It's almost like I want to be able to reach forward in time and say, hey, we're about to forge this item. If we do, we're probably going to need to do this, this, and this. So stack them into the queue in advance. That's kind of like the thing I'm trying to do. It's just whether that's valuable. Pardon me. Whether that's valuable at all. Maybe not. Because what we could do no. See, this is what I'm saying. Right now, none of this stuff is queued at all. There's no data structure. Like you forge an item and that happens to give you the item. And then when you get a new item, the new item event gets called. And then the cutscene happens to be waiting for a new item event triggers. So then by virtue of listening to the event, it happens to play this. And then this happens to also be listening for the event, but is like it happens to be slower to answer because of the order in which they get subscribed to the event. So this one happens to happen last. The order is completely just circumstantial based on like how I've wired it up. But there's no explicit data structure, which to me feels bad. And it creates vulnerabilities where like none of these things allow player control, right? The game is in its own, control state where the player can just press continue through these moments. But right in the middle, like when this forge moment finishes, there's like one frame where there's nothing that's taking control away from the player. So like technically you have like one button, one frame of input you could do somehow in between. In Zelda, they all flow seamlessly. I mean, well, I wouldn't be allocating memory for the tutorial. I'd be allocating memory for the thing that's like a stub that schedules the tutorial. It's like, and I might be able to get by with just adding like a 1 or 2 frame buffer either side of a cutscene, where you just can't input until a little bit later, It's not about the race condition of trying to beat the load times. It's more about the scheduling of like, I want this to happen first, and then I want this to happen, and then I want this to happen, and I want to author them in that way. You know what I've realized? I've decided something just now. I think this is 2 different problems. I think they're actually 2 completely separate issues. Our solution here might span across the 2, but we should really just solve for the first one. Well, the thing we're proposing to build is a priority queue, but not really. No. I'm trying to explain. A priority queue is like a layer system, right? It's like you assign indices to the levels of priority, and the things with one index beat things with a higher index, or vice versa. I'm imagining. I don't actually use them, but what you're basically saying is this kind of thing always happens before this kind of thing. That's not what this is about. This is about, hey, sometimes there's a part in the game where, as part of the game's story, I want to show 5 things back to back. But I don't want to define those 5 things in that one space. I want to define them as things that can happen elsewhere. But right here, I want to play these 5 things back to back. And I don't know how long each takes. And I don't even know necessarily what they are. But I know that there are times where I need to put things back to back. And I want to treat that 5 back-to-back things as a thing. Like, play the 5 back-to-back things now, and when the 5 back-to-back things is done, do this thing or give control back to the player, whatever. So I want to be able to define clusters of things that can happen, whereby each waits for the other at editor time. Specific instances of these clusters. Like when you unlock the 3 player abilities, these 3 scenes light up on the map back to back. One lights up, the other lights up, the other lights up. And then some dialogue plays, and then it's a linear editor, right? Linear timeline thing. Hey, Vlong, welcome. So that to me it's an authored asset that looks like this, something like this. Okay. That's one kind of thing. The other kind of thing is this thing where it's like, maybe this is a priority queue. I don't know. But it's kind of awkward because it's like, yeah. I have a feeling there's no actual like silver bullet solution to this. I think I'm understanding something, that you can't control this stuff this specifically from the code side. You just have to build the game with a specific, like for example, the getting an accessory for the first time and watching the tutorial for getting the accessory should be triggered by the first time you get an accessory. It shouldn't be a thing that you ask whether or not you should do it at 6 different entry points, right? Like is this your first accessory? Queue up this thing. That's it. And there being a queue is all we need to know about that. We just need to know that there is a queue somewhere that we can throw that on the back of and say, hey, chuck that on the list of things to do next. It doesn't need to be encoded anywhere at editor time. Maybe we could bootstrap it on the back of the new item get event or cutscene or something, maybe. Because like you would never get an accessory for the first time without it being the first time you got that item. So like maybe, but nonetheless, it's still, the trigger event is like pretty clear. This question of like who should go first, I mean, maybe it's a priority queue thing. Hey, T2SDE, welcome. Like maybe, maybe what I've got is fine. Maybe it's fine to strap this into this scene because this is the first time you need to forge anything, and that's that. Or maybe I just, yeah, unimportant things. It could even be that, like, yeah. It's like, is it just a flag of like important, unimportant? Is it a list of importance? Is it a hierarchy of values? I think that I'm oversolving this for this particular use case. I don't think it matters that much as long as the system works. And I think that a queue system I mean, what is happening here? Let's just go play it one more time. Let's go through it, okay? Okay. So, if we walk through that, whoa. Whoa. I have a queue. Okay. Where is the part where I get the item? Item craft, confirm craft action, craft item. Okay. So we exchange the item from the inventory. Okay. We take the things that you needed to make and we give you the item that you needed to get. And then we, wait a second. Yeah. This is literally the order described right here. That's the regular speed, yeah. This is it here. So this happening before this describes that order. It is VS Code, yeah. Meaning, if I was to swap these, the tutorial would start before the new item get moment. So like, it's really just a question of like, in the QA process of making this game, like 2 years from now, when we try to like fix all the bugs or whatever, am I okay with coming here and looking at this to determine that like, oh, that's why the item sequence plays before the quest, the new accessory cutscene plays. And in fact, if we go over to here, I mean, this isn't even, the criteria for this equipment tutorial is like that you forged an iron pauldron specifically, not the first time you forge an item that you can equip, which is what it really should be, ultimately. Except this tutorial has like Armin saying specific things about the fact that you're forging a pauldron. He's like, I'm gonna put this on, and I should give it back to Will. What's his name? Walter. I'm sure nobody will mind if I try this on. I suppose that's okay. I think this will fit. They're easily done. Oh, maybe I've specifically taken it off. I guess I could keep it generic and that wouldn't make a difference at that point. Yeah. I mean, this is it, right? Like even in this moment here, what I could do is define this as a sequence that's generic. Yeah. And I could say, okay, the first time you created an accessory, he puts it on. And then I could have a separate cutscene where he talks about, oh, I'm wearing Walter's pauldron and it's his, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but I'm going to do it now because cheeky, he's not going to find out until later. Like, that would be turning this moment into this moment. I'd have to then instantiate some kind of queue, some kind of tree that was like hard coded in some like elsewhere. The problem is, like, again, that context is so specific that it doesn't make any sense. Man, I'm just appreciating how complicated this thing is. Like, I'm pretty sure in Zelda, you get this sequence of things happen every single time you enter a tower. Every single time it checks to see whether you should get the Sheikah sensor. Because any of them could be your first tower. Like, any of them. So you can't not get the Sheikah sensor because you didn't go to this tower, right? Which means it is hard-coded somewhere in the tower unlock sequence. There is a check. Like, somewhere there's if first time unlock Sheikah sensor midway through this tree. Which means the tree was pre-constructed using like YAML or something. All right. So where does that leave me? If we don't have a predetermined schema, then we essentially have to use some sort of priority queue or just enqueue it this way. Just naturally by the order of the compiler is the one that determines, you know, just the order of the functions. And the thing is, when this happens, like this set quest flag, this on new quest flag, it is listened to by the sequence player. Oh, hang on. Hang on a second. Hang on. What's doing the check here? What's doing the check on this? This is just a sequence player with a thing, and it's doing conditions. It's checking conditions. So on the sequence player, this is gonna do this stuff. But it's also responding what is it? I mean, the design being completed is part of the Forge menu. And the design, oh, crafting the design is a quest flag. I see. So then it is respond to new flag, prepare next sequence, can play sequence, enqueue sequence. Wow, hang on a second. So it actually is enqueuing a sequence. So then why is it dequeuing later? I've got all the right data structures here. What is try playing next sequence? When do you get played? Okay, well, that's it. It's happening on the next update loop. But it should happen also when we end exits. Well, hang on a second. Wait, the sequence queue is its own mono behavior? Yuck! It's basically, if I just put it here, who owns this? Sequence manager. God, what a terrible naming structure. Yeah, I mean, it's basically this. And this is a surrogate for what we're about to build. This thing we're about to build next. The whole point is that it's not just sequences that we can queue, it's anything schedulable. So this might actually solve our little problem here with the flashing the player controls. It did! It solved it! That's crazy. All right. How do I keep myself motivated? Honestly, it's just curiosity. If I could be super seriously, well, there's a couple things. One of them is just curiosity. Like, I just want to know how to do this. Like, it's interesting to me. It's cool. It's cool. This stuff is cool to think about. This thing, all this shit I just wrote in the last like 3 days, I get a kick out of it. That's the first thing. Like, I genuinely enjoy this. Even the arguing, it's fun. Like, I'm learning. We're all learning. We're getting closer to something. We're getting smarter. I can feel it, all of us. That's one thing. The second thing is I enjoy I'm anticipating, I'm excited for when this game comes out because I want the game to exist. Like, as a gamer, I'm watching the game get made, and the game only gets made when I sit down and type and draw and make it. So like, I have a will for it to exist, and so it makes me want to do it. There are other pressures, but I try not to channel those ones because they're not very healthy. Like psychological pressure of like needing to prove that I can do this professionally and like be a success. The desire for people to consider me as an intelligent game developer. Those are motivators, but they're not good motivators. They mostly burn you out, actually. Those motivations are fueled by your soul. They burn your soul. So like the ones like that where you're present, your curiosity, your excitement, your interest, intrigue, you know, those things, passion, those are like inside motivations. So when I'm making the game, I'm being my full self, you know, like I'm following something that's the compass points north based on like what's in my heart. Whereas like, if you're worried about like, I need to release the game by a certain date because then I can release the game before I turn 25 or whatever. Like, and if I don't make it before I turn 25, people will think that I wasted my degree. Like all of that stuff is like, those aren't good reasons. So like you're going to burn out doing those things. But also, this is a big one. Can I say something? Of course I can. It's my stream. If you are saying that you have trouble being motivated and you're under the age of 25, just stop. Just use your time to learn about who you are and what you like. If you're under 25, if you're like, oh man, I'm 17 and I can't struggle. I struggle to maintain focus on a project for longer than 6 weeks. It's like, yeah, because you're 17 and everything is new for you. Like you haven't finished learning things yet. You haven't finished discovering all of the things that there are. So of course you're going to be distracted by all these shiny new things. That's fine. That's great. Just do that until you find something that you like so much that the other things don't matter as much. But it's okay to be young and unfocused, I think. Because the passion and curiosity, that stuff gets born when you're young. So it's okay. Like there's like phases here. Like if you are older, let's say you're in your early 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, and you're just starting game dev, it's like, well, you found what you like, or you're discovering what you like. It doesn't really matter what age you are. The point is, if you're pivoting into game design and development and you're struggling with motivation, the struggle will come from one of two places. It's either you aren't really as interested as you thought you were because you just don't like it, or you do like it, but there's something inhibiting you from enjoying it, which is usually values-based. It's about things that you're worried about that have to do with other pressures in your life. And it's okay for those to take precedent. You know, if you're like 38 and you've got like 3 kids and you want to start game dev and you're finding it hard to commit the time because you need to spend time with your kids, it's like, well, I mean, you've got 3 kids. Like, you're not going to spend 10 hours a day on game dev as a junior game dev at 38 with 3 kids. Like, check your expectations, you know? And if you only have 4 hours a week to spend on game dev because you're 38, like, that's fine. That's all right. Like, enjoy your 4 hours. That's the important thing. It's like, don't let your values pollute the energy that you actually do have for the thing. Like, resolve your values first. You can have the conversation with yourself. How much time do I want to spend? How much time can I spend? Can I change my lifestyle? Maybe there are things that I'm doing right now. Maybe I play games too much and I'd really want to be making more games and playing fewer of them. Okay. What kind of system are you going to put in place? If it matters to you, what do you have to do? Oh, I play Elden Ring Night Rain for like 3 hours every night. Okay. Play 1 round and just see what you do with the time. Be honest with yourself, and don't, if you're addicted, then because you can't stop, well, unfortunately, you've probably got some other higher need that's not being solved right now that's causing you to play 3 hours of Elden Ring Night Rain every night. So like, sometimes you have to look a little deeper and solve some harder problems. You know, a lot of that just comes from procrastination because of other things, right? Like what kinds of moods do I find myself in when I play video games for a long period of time? What am I feeling just before I sit down and play? Is it anxiety? Is it detachment? Is it just a need to get away? Like, if you don't want to do something, but you're doing it a lot, why? There's an answer, and it's probably like a very personal one that like only you can answer, and maybe you need to go talk to someone, you know, if you're actually struggling with addiction and you can't control your own habits. That's a serious thing. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's something you have to recognize as well. And some of those things, I just want to be clear, it can be that you need it. Like, it can be that you actually expect too much of yourself and you just don't have the energy. But that is something that only you can answer. Like, and I wouldn't put too much emotional energy into criticizing yourself one way or another. But like, if you aren't committing the time that you want because you're exhausted and you find that you have to scroll TikTok for 4 hours a day, I would first be like compassionate up to yourself, because it's like, this isn't something you have full control over, especially if you don't want to do that, but you're doing it. It's like, well, sucks, and I'm sorry. The second is like, is this how you want to recover your energy? Like, is it actually helping you? Do you need it? Do you feel better after it? Or are you actually just, is it degenerate? And again, that can be up to you to answer that question. It's not someone else who can tell you that you shouldn't or should be doing something, but it's probably odds are that you probably don't want to spend 4 hours of TikTok every day. So then the question is like, how much time do you think that you would like to spend? You know? And if you actually don't know, there's actually I think if you're struggling to be self-reflective, this is like, I'm being an armchair psychologist here, so don't take this, I'm not a professional. I think that if you look inside yourself and you say, hey, like, why aren't I spending as much time as I'd like doing this? And the answer is, I don't know. Like, the next thought should be, well, how do I figure it out? Like, why don't I know? You're probably not as in tune with your emotions as you might need to be to answer those questions. And it just takes mindfulness. That's literally it. You just need to be able to like manufacture times in your day where you are alone with yourself, like on a walk, or like when people say touch grass, that's what that's for. Like if you don't know why you're doing things in your day, it's because you aren't spending enough time in the driver's seat of your day. And it's really, 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 really common. Like, that's not, we live in a time where that's common for everybody. Everyone's struggling with that because, if you have work and your work's messaging you after hours because they can, and you answer because you can. If you have like 17 different Discord groups, everyone's always talking, you're getting notifications all the time. The world we live in is built to distract us. So don't feel bad about the fact that you're getting distracted, but it is important that you have some authority over your actions and your day and your habits. And all you need to do is just give yourself a chance to drive. That's it. Try that. And that could be what I do. Do you know how I do it? I like do the thing. I create a little, I solve my day. I create a little table and I go, I can create little tasks and it feels good. It feels productive to draw boxes for me, and it feels productive to move the boxes around. And it is productive. Like, I end up using it. So yeah, creating structure can be good. Sometimes it's a bit of a fad. So, you create a little fad for yourself and you go, oh, I'm going to change my whole life. And then you don't, obviously. But nonetheless, the time that you spend doing that is positively spent time because you're thinking about your own needs. That's the point, which is going to help you answer the question, what do you need? If you don't know what you need, you got to spend some time asking that question. So when you say to me, This is Figma. When you say to me, Adam, how do I solve my own motivation? The answer to the question is, have you spent any time asking yourself what you need or even what you want? Because how do you head confidently towards something? If you're looking for progress, I want to learn how to be a game dev. I want to learn how to use Unity. I want to learn how to code. I want to learn how to do pixel art. If you have a want, that want has like an end state, right? It's like there's a path towards that, right? You've defined a north. And so once you know where north is or where your destination is, you can start charting the course to the destination just by asking questions. Like, what are the principles? Or like, where is there a book I can read? You can start asking questions. But if your question is like, how do I spend time walking the path? If you don't know where north is, well, why would you feel motivated to walk a path if you don't know where it's headed or you haven't defined where you want to go? So sometimes motivation can be about path finding, like path setting. Like, do you have a goal? You know, is there something that you want out of this? A specific thing? What does success look like? Because if you don't have goals that are small and relatively achievable, what everybody needs is feedback that what they're doing is working for them. If you're goal oriented, some people just enjoy walking and it's fun and they don't care where they go because they just enjoy doing it. Like what I was saying with the problem solving stuff. I like it. But if you're trying to do something specific, but you're not really conscious of it, you haven't agreed in your own mind what it is. So you're looking for some kind of growth, but you haven't really set milestones. You're not going to have an enjoyable time as you walk because you're not going to feel like you're getting closer to it. Like if I say, I want to make something that's interactive. I want to make a circle appear on a screen by the end of the week. That's a goal. And if you get it, you can feel good about it. If you don't get it, well, you can start reevaluating. But like, if your next thing is, I want to make a circle move left and right. I want to make a circle that falls downward. And when I press a button, it jumps up. I want to make a circle that can move along terrain, but I want the circle to always stay in the middle of the screen when I do that. It's like, okay, you've set goals and now you're heading in a direction, you know? I want to make my first platform game. Great. That's a goal. It's a small goal and it's good. If you start with, I want to make $1 million on Steam, how are you going to feel good when you're 6 months in and you don't have anything? It's like you've done all great stuff, but you didn't set that as part of your success criteria, so you think you're failing. That's the really tough part, is like setting expectations. Man, I'm just going to ramble here. Because I struggled from this for a long time. This was such a small question that got asked, but like, I'm just gushing answers here. If you set a goal and then you don't meet the goal in the time frame that you wanted and you feel bad, it may be that you were lazy or incompetent or whatever, but it may be that you just set a bad goal. And consider that the you who set the goal was not the you who's been walking this path since then. So who's more informed to know about how you should feel about your efforts? You 3 months ago, 10 years ago, or you who's been doing this for 3 months, 5 months, 2 years, 10 years? Like, who's more qualified to determine how you should feel about yourself? You before you did anything, or you now? That's what's really important. And I think being honest about yourself that's the most important thing. It's like, can you honestly ask yourself and answer how you feel about your own achievement? Can you be proud of what you're doing? And if it's the case that your goal setting mechanism is broken because you're not very informed, you don't know how long it takes to make a game, that's totally natural. That's normal. That's the default state, is that you don't know how long things are going to take. So like, be prepared to make that mistake many times. I still make that mistake. That's why I'm here spending all this time and not like literally starting chapter 2 production. It's because I'm like a little bit scared of like setting goals that I can't meet with other people's money, or my money, other people's time. You know, that's scary. Okay, so what did we determine? I think so far it's pretty clear that we do need a scheduling system, that it's okay for the priority. Let's write it down. Takeaways, because I'm going to wrap up the stream now. I want to spend some time with my wife before bed. Takeaways. 1, we do need a global scheduling system. It will require ad hoc queuing that isn't explicitly described outside of script of compile order. Unless we later include a priority queue or similar. It will support editor time queuing, but we should consider that use case as its own thing, separate from the ad hoc. So, I think this is ready. I think, so let's be clear. Let's think about scheduled assets. We need like a definition thing. What is this is the schedule system, use cases, feature. Okay. So the final question is, based on the map node system, this thing here, the question is, are these disposable? That's pretty much it. Is this a disposable set of things? I think it being disposable and composing it each time gives us certainty over setup, because it forces the setup to be done every time if we dispose of it every time. If the instant of adding this to the stack, to the queue, means composing it and validating it, then you can't add something that's not valid to the queue. That's kind of beautiful. It's kind of nice. It feels very neat. So I'm going to follow that intuition. And what I'm going to do is remove the setup function, and I'm going to turn these into constructors. And we can almost just remove all of these. And just put them in order like this. What does it want to do? Isn't that cute? And then this becomes hey, Fran. That's pretty cute. It's almost like human readable. Like it's almost like pretty good. You know what I mean? Like the semantics are so streamlined that like I can just look at this and say, oh, okay, there's a new state where we move to the map application, we reveal a node, we stamp a quest icon, and we move back. That's pretty sweet, I think. And it means that it forces us to use the constructor pattern to pass the instance data in. So we don't need to define a new kind of setup. It's just to construct things, you have to pass the parameters that you're going to use. Beautiful. I'm very happy with that. That feels really, really good. Because it got smaller. We didn't have to define a new sort of framework. I think it's good. And now I can go to bed. Holy shit. So, where that leaves me is now when I go to this timeline, what that leaves me with is I can place the nodes in here. We're still one step short, which is that this setup is not the execution. So like we're talking about, this is the construction, right, of the tree. And this is the traversal of the tree, or the enqueuing of the tree onto the actual global stack. Or into some other tree. That would be the point of this. So actually, this enter, do these have an enter? Is that what I gave them? They do have an enter. But this should instead be something like, there should be like a thing that's called like get state, or maybe even setup does it. Maybe this returns for the mono behaviors. State returns state. Yeah. Schedule. So everything that is a schedule state behavior will have a public no. Setup is not the one that does it. No, it can't be it. Setup is like a separate thing that gets called. Whatever this thing needs is going to come from somewhere else. List as a state itself. Well, the list is a parameter of the state. Anyway, like this is a state that has a list of states in it. How else would I give it many? It is compositional. You still need a collection somewhere. Somewhere, somehow, this enter, I think enter is where we do it. I think this returns itself. Or there should be some like, I feel like enter is the wrong, Well, that just comes down to the runtime. So now the question is, next question. Who runs the tree? Probably the static global context. Or are the contexts recursive? That's the question. Well, they are recursive because I've already determined that. State.do has the do in it for the child states. Isn't that what I did? Do depth. Do depth is recursive, and do depth happens here. Yeah. So the problem is I've got this like recursive class thing in C#, and then because we're using Unity, the thing at the very top of this tree of classes has to be a mono behavior. That's the problem. Not the problem, but that's the reason why we've got some extra nonsense here. The thing is, I want to use this mono behavior as if it was another node. It's just it can't inherit from node because it's already inheriting from mono behavior. And it has to be a mono behavior. So the alternative is we don't send the mono behavior into the context above. We send its node. We use composition. So we set its state that it's carrying. We pass that up to whatever the bigger tree of states that's getting the inheritance. Except because it's a mono behavior, there might be times where we want it to be the root node. So it's kind of got this dual capability. And then the question is, like, when passing it up to its parent context, I guess the question is, like, who's doing the doing? So in this case, on update, it's saying, hey, if I'm doing it, then do it. But we need to make a distinction between whether like this is the root or if there's something up further. I think the way we would fix this, I think I have the answer. The answer is you give this the ability to play them. Or it's just a container. Maybe it's just a container and that's it. You let other things play them. I'm sort of mixing two different things now. Is it a player? Is it a container? Can it be both? Probably better to use composition again and just make it a container. Right? Two mono behaviors. It does feel awkward, but maybe this is. Is there any reason to even have one of these mono behaviors if it's not a player? Why does it need to be a wrapper for something larger? The answer is it doesn't. So there is no container. The container is just like, oh, what the heck? Nope. What the heck? The answer is this is just a timeline asset. So it is a player. I don't know. I'll have to answer that another day. Tomorrow. All right, pals, I gotta go. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. I hope that you weren't put off by how deep we get here. I've decided that I'm not worried about it. Like, it was really valuable discussion. Even if I wasn't agreeing half the time with what you guys were saying, like, it's good. Like, I wouldn't have got to the constructor thing if I didn't spend a few hours thinking about it. I just didn't know how to solve the problem, you know? Just took me a while. And arguing helps. Like, arguing helps us do that. Let's raid cakes. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not upset about it. I didn't have a solution. Like, I mean, I had what I thought was a solution, but like the solution changed as I built it. So like, we were always on topic. It was just hard to arrive at something that felt right. Thanks, pals. We're going to raid cakes. It was a pleasure. I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks for watching. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia, please. I've also got a new video on my YouTube channel you can check out. It's a tutorial on palette mixing. So I'll catch you all there. That's it, pals. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.